Morning, memes. Morning, everyone. Holding where we need to so far. PVPs? What's that? Periodic volume profiles? Does this profile look like this? Uh, yes, I do. We I use three different profiles. I use a visible range profile, which is always on the right side of my chart next to price, which is just showing me our volume profile for the visible candles. And then I have our daily volume profile on, which is here, showing our value high, our POC, and our value low. And then I use a period profile, 3 period profiles, and an indicator called PVZ, which is just periodic. So it's just it creates 3 volume profiles based off of it segments the day into 3 volume profiles, showing shifts of value. So yeah, I definitely use volume profiles still. It's a major part of my trading. Yeah. Yep, I use PVZ quite a bit. It doesn't print your first profile until the first 30 minutes into the day, though. I just took like a handful of ibuprofen. I've got a really terrible migraine. If it goes away, amazing. If it doesn't, this might be a shorter stream, depending if I can't focus on trading. We'll see what happens. No reason me being here if I'm not going to be trading well. So just gonna get that out of the way now. Let you know. Hopefully we'll be all right though. What do I mean by a handful? Well, not enough to overdose, but hopefully enough to get rid of my migraine. You know?
It's the Russell 2000 index down 1%.
Oh yeah, I definitely drink a gallon of water a day. Probably drink too much water if I had to. I feel like my average water consumption is probably twice that of the people in this chat. Maybe 3 times. Watching for a offer into this 310, 320 area, and then a rotation down to 80s. It's kind of my guess right now. So rotation into this liquidity here. Not sure what happens after that, but sell side leading. Just kind of keeping an eye on this liquidity below us. If we can get back over 25s, that might be enough to trap, but we need to see a very clear bid back up and willingness to kind of hold, and then we can rotate back up to 65. But until then, just think of your offer trying to challenge here. Basically, are these buyers going to be able to get us back in this range, or is sell side now going to try to focus to keep these guys off sides? Right. So just a battle of two sides here. We'll wait to see who wins out, and then pick a direction after that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's your rotation up on our bid of 25s into our value high edge. This is your first risk off into 50 to 60. 5. Until we can push above this, just think of this as top of your balance. I didn't take this trade. I'm just waiting. A little too choppy for me still. On the Russell for me to want to initiate on NQ. RTY leading down, trying to take out our Globex low. NQ rotated to our top of value, now rotating back down to our value low. We're watching our edge here again to see if it goes offer. Same trade as before, where we're looking to see if this can go as resistance, or if it's going to just rotate in between our 308 and our 350. Need to see acceptance outside of value, right? So our value edge is above right here, and our value low edge is right here. Just oscillating in between the two until we can figure it out. Pretty solid bid at value low, full rotation back up to value high. But I need eye drops. That's what I need. Something is not. I feel like I woke up with severe allergies today. Kind of strange. Back to our value high edge, and then Q. Russell still just in straight downtrend. I'd like to see this break the downtrend before we start to really show anything on NQ acceptance wise over value. Would like to see RTY at least get back inside value. If these continue to diverge, it's just not going to be great trading. But again, your rotations right now are between 308 and 365 on NQ. Need to see acceptance back over 65s, and then we can rotate up to 400. Until then, you're stuck here. Not very promising action from the open so far. Kind of feels like a Monday. It's got Monday vibes. If you're playing off 65, this is your first risk off back into 308. Again, you're just trading balance right now on NQ between these two pivots. We need to see a very clear look below and then hold from our offer for anything more, or you're just going to get another rotation. What's up, Sauce? It's another full rotation.
German Chancellor Scholz says EU leaders have little understanding of Trump's statement on Greenland and Canada.
What is his statement? What did he mean by that? I'd like to know as well. I don't know if they allow this thing to break out until we fill that liquidity down into 280. I really don't know. There's not a ton of interest above. I mean, it can change, but I just am not seeing it as of yet. We can be a bit bullish once we get over like that 400 area above us, but until then, this just like looks pretty garbage. I'd like us to get back into previous day value, you know what I mean, before I get my hopes up. Really big test here on Russell.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, see the release of the US wholesale inventories month over month revised. Forecast minus 0.2% on the prior minus 0.2%. Wholesale sales month over month forecast 0.2% on the prior minus 0.1%.
Come on, RTY. Get back into value. This bid on NQ needs to happen like now, or we're just going to rotate this balance again with trap buyers up into our highs over 65s. Okay. Bid at 70, attempting. They're just gone. Russell full rotation back down to our value low. I'm expecting a full rotation here on NQ with this failure. See if we take out lows or not. RTY leading down. With this little excess that we built out at the highs, and then the rotating through, I expect this low to get taken out, but you should at least take off some risk here into our bottom of value, just in case. Low taken out, take off some risk. Next risk off will be 280. Just looking for that liquidity. This is the same shit that we've gone over now multiple times, where we try above, that fails, then we expect the rotation below, and because we have a catalyst now with this guy trapped, we don't expect that low to hold, we expect a new low to be formed. This has been something that's been happening quite a bit. We've been able to see multiple examples of it every day so far. We'll watch to see if our value edge holds here into 2025, or if we rotate back through. Expecting a excess again to form here, and then a bid to try to step in, or this offer holding, and then a rotation for a new low. Unsure, but I'd expect that if bids can show any interest over 25s, that we'll get a continuation onwards. Keep an eye on Russell to let us know. Same with ES here into our value edges.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We see the release of the US wholesale inventories month over month revised for the month of November. Forecast minus 0.2% on the prior minus 0.2%. Wholesale sales month over month. Forecast 0.2% on the prior minus 0.1%.
Your first offer should be into 40s. If we're gonna hold, it's just POC, right? Like, expect sell side to be sitting there. Above that, you expect 65, just value high. We're just watching to see if this value low edge holds or not. RTY finding resistance where we thought, yes as well. Just waiting to see if this NQ bid can hold our value edge. This area was a liquidity zone of mine from Globex. This like 24 to 08. That's all. We've already filled it, but it's still like showing interest here. But it was I've been up for a bit, so it was a zone from this area. From our initial test in. But if you wanted to look at it rationally, it's just POC from the candle, the push up, and then from the seller that got trapped here into 25s. So 08 is POC of this initial pop from the breakout candle. And then when we came back down, this is where we saw sellers get absorbed into 25s. So kind of just keeping an eye on this is like our edge, where we'll see either like an auction shift where this will go supportive for push up, or this will go resistance from a push down between this. Kind of our decision zone, I guess. And there's your full rotation, by the way, just on the recovery. The same thing over and over and over again. If this can't make a new high here and this resistance holds, I do not expect buyers to do anything. I expect a new low. If we can't get over 65s, I expect a new low. Keep an eye on our push into our value edge here again. From our value high back down to our value low. This, of course, is going to be where you expect a slight bid to occur. But if this pushes below, we'll be looking for that rotation down to take out this low. RTY bottom of balance. Testing that double bottom. Again, just expecting this reaction here into our value low. We're just watching for weakness. It's balance until we break balance.
1 minute remaining.
There's news in a minute, so maybe be careful. I'm flat. 40 seconds until new 15s.
Ten seconds. Minus 0.2%, minus 0.2% as expected. Wholesale sales month over month, 0.6%, 0.6%, higher than forecast, 0.2%.
Again, really just looking to see if we can build above this like 50 to 65 area on NQ and show a supportive bid, or if this is going to hold as resistance and then we rotate below this like 15 level, our value low edge, and then make a new lower note. If we can bid and hold 56 to 65 on a look above, then I'll be looking for a move up to 400s. If we fail here, then we're just looking for another rotation through this exact same thing that we've already traded. Back down to our like 308, 315. Keeping an eye on Russell into POC here. Seeing if we lose momentum again. Holding where we need to so far, but you need to see more. RTY still pushing, ES still pushing, testing our day open on ES. See if this 60 to this 50 to 65 can hold for that move up to 400. That's probably good enough. See if we can recover or not. Tagged into previous day value, immediately sold. That was PT. Need to start to build above that for anything more. There's your 400. Again, we want to see us build above previous day value here on the recovery. This is now what our target is from this move that we just talked about. If we can build here in previous day value, we'll be looking for this to start to flag out and build here. And then a rotation up into previous day POC. Got to get over and show interest though. ES edge, same thing that we just did on NQ here. We want to see happen on ES. Basically a hold of our day open as a supportive push, and then a flag to form, take out our previous high, and then rotation up to 60s. If this fails to hold and we get back below, we'll be looking through for a rotation back down through. I talked about this a little earlier, but again, like your bullish look is just a recovery of our previous day value edge. I'm not very bullish on the market until we can at least get back into yesterday's range, which is what we're testing right now as resistance, right? This was our PT. If we can start to build above previous day value, it's a good sign that we will then like rotate through yesterday's value. But if we're holding it as resistance, it's a whatever. Nothing to write home about. If bids anywhere, I want it at this 50 to 65 on NQ, or we're rotating back through our range. We'd like to see a Russell hold view up here, and find a bid, regain some of that bullish momentum. Russell testing our view up, so far bidding, NQ at our 50 edge, so far holding, but still downtrend. Yeah, it's retesting value edge as resistance, trying to break downtrend. Just waiting for these names to figure it out. Downtrends are persisting so far. Need to see a bit more from buyers. Failure to get back over these value edges is just going to be a rotation of our already established ranges. I'm expecting one of two things to happen. a hold of our 40s and look back over 65 for a bid and rotation up to 390, or 65s holding as resistance here and then rotating us down to 15s. Right, so hold of our 40s, rotation, and then push back over 65s for a rotation into 390. Or this holding as resistance, and then rotating down to 15s. Testing 65 edge now. There's your move from 65 resistance, rotating into our 15 target. Just our already established auction. We watch to see if excess forms here now that we've pushed through target. Do we trap sellers here and get back above for another rotation through this area? Or do we actually see a shift from sellers, right? You should be about 90% risked off of your short, and now just watching to see if we can hold this edge as resistance for a leg down, or if we are entering back in for just a rotation between these two yellow zones again. I am unsure. I think it's going to be dependent if RTY can find a low here. This is your full move on ES as well, just based off of pathing from our hold of our value high down to our value low. Again, stuff like this is pretty standard once you're familiar with just volume profile trading, right? So we've I just maximized the wrong chart. So we have a value high and a value low, right? We build above, we come back up to our sell side liquidity into this. Actually, I'm gonna confuse you guys because there's already zones drawn. So we hold our edge as supportive from a look below and then a look above. That's this here. We rotate up into target and we fail to get back above previous day value. From this move, we rotate back down to where this buy side liquidity is and we test it again. We see a failure here, right? We see some chop and then ultimately a look below and then a rotation through. We see that liquidity test into our 40s. A pop back into our value edge. We see a failure here at our value high edge into 65, showing us that we now want to rotate back through. There's no willingness to trade. And then we push down lower. So it's just entering back inside value after looking above, testing POC, showing no willingness to look above. That's where you expect your offer to be sitting once we re-enter value. And then you expect our rotation through. I hope that makes sense. Like, I don't look for a bid until we can see a push over our value edge again. This is your risk off, right? Like, you can be trying to buy at 40s, but you have to be selling into that 65. Because you should be expecting sellers to be sitting here to rotate us through the range. 14 seconds until the 15 minutes. I'm assuming we're going for our wick low from Globex, but maybe not. Just keeping an eye. Into our 220. I'm just keeping on an eye on 280 above. Just feels like we're waiting on Russell to figure out which way it wants to break from this consolidation here at our reversion box. There's your 280 test. We'll see if the offer holds here or not. I don't see why we don't just rotate up the full thing back up to our value edge if 280 doesn't hold. Sellers are going to want to reject us here and then push us below 47s for continuation. If this doesn't hold, then we should just be expecting a rotation back up to like 310. Again, RTY is still just sideways, so there's not really a great catalyst yet to tell us a direction. RTY top of range. Again, it's just consolidating, so not really great trading environment. You're just looking for a rotation back up to our previous sellers on NQ while we wait for Russell to figure out what he wants to do. Sell side again needs to get below 47s on NQ for any sort of confirmation. Same thing for bids need to get back over this 310, 325 for upside. This is just bear flag potential here.
As to some commentary from the Canadian Finance Minister LeBlanc, he says he will not be running for leadership of the ruling Liberal Party, according to a statement. So we are just under 10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 1.178 million. The range sees a build of 2.81 million to a draw of 3.047 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is a build of 0.5 million on the prior build of 7.717 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million on the prior build of 6.406 million.
Yes,
Also,
double
inventories for
bottom,
crude
Russell new
insufficient on the
low.
prior read was a draw.
Testing our 47 now on
0.5
NQ. Watching to see if this bid holds here or if we can get below it and then offer for a new low on NQ. RTY back to our high. Offer attempting to step below 47 and reoffer, or watching to see if they get absorbed here again, or if sell side can push below for acceleration. Very volatile here. You can see how reactive that 47 is. POC is actually now positioned itself there at that level. We were able to spot that before that had happened, just off the dom. Got to get below that and then offer for sell side. Good chance this rotates back up to like 340 here. Just watching our retest into 80 to 90 below. As long as a bid
In
holds
5
there, I
minutes
expect a
time,
rotation
the
up to
top of the
40s.
hour, you see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 1.178 million. The range sees a build of 2.81 million to a draw of 3.047 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million on the prior build of 7.717 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.5 million on the prior build of 6.406 million. Inventories of crude and Cushing saw a prior draw of 0.142 million.
Start bid into our 80 to 90. We're watching to see if it holds here or not. First risk off here as we push into our 25, 40 above.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
Bid holding at 280 so far, but if we can't get over 300s, expect a rotation down to 47s. Need to see a look over 300s here. This offer wants to hold our 90 to 300 as resistance. Then again, expect a rotation down to like 47.
Ten seconds. Draw 0.959 million, a draw of 0.959 million, which is higher than the expected draw of 2 million. Gasoline inventory is a build of 6.33 million, a build of 6.33 million, higher than the expected build of 0.5 million. Distillates inventories a build of 6.071 million, a build of 6.071 million, higher than the expected build of 0.5 million. Crude Cushing inventories saw a draw of 2.502 million, a draw of 2.502 million.
Filling this void right now, watching to see if bid can now maintain here. Again, this is just looking at this from where this liquidity void was into this 300 edge. We want to see a bid really try to pop this thing up. If we can, then we rotate up to 25 to 40. If this fails here and we can't start to build above, we're going to look for this to rotate down.
So we have posted out the weekly EIA inventories report on the feed for those interested.
Watch for a lower high here. Sell side needs to hold below if we're going to rotate down. You're just trapped between our 80 and our 300. We want either a confirmation below 80s for rotation for a fill of LVN, or a look above 300 and very solid bid for a rotation into 400s. Pretty boring price action so far today. Holy. I'm out half here. Hold of our 280s and then bid off of our 90 to 300. Looking for 40s next target. Taken, out more, 5 left. Looking for a value high retest if we can bid 40s. Expect a bit of a loss of momentum here on Russell into VWAP and our ETH high. Our ETH low, sorry. This is a really important test to see if we can make a higher low on RTY with NQ developing above this 25 to 40. I feel like if we fail to kind of build this area out, we're just going to retrace this squeeze. Watching this area on Russell for a bid. Tagged 65s again. Wanted a bit more. I didn't get filled into 65. The 65 to 80 just has to be where you're risking off some. It just has to be. So we can build above. Just be careful here. We start to build back over the 65-80, then we can rotate up, targeting, I don't know, what, like 440? But until then, just be careful. Again, bid was identified at 280. We made sure that that was our invalidation, right? As long as that bid is maintaining at 80s, we were looking for secondary buyers to start to build above this 90 to 300. We see that rotation occur, giving us the only play to either be neutral here in between these zones or have a bullish bias with our 80 bid maintaining. Right, so 80 bid maintaining, looking for that bid and hold above, and then our rotation up into our 340 target. We've now gotten that. We were then able to build out this area like we just talked about, holding what was our resistance as supportive, and we pushed up into our next area of resistance, just retracing our value from this morning. Now, from here, it's just about building out this distribution. When I'm referring to distribution, I'm looking at this. We can build out this area, amazing, right? Then we can look for new highs. If this wants to hold as resistance still, then we're just going to be looking for rotations back down and to fill out this LVN that we just created between 40 and 90, 340 and 290. Unsure. I have 3 M and Q left, stop break even at 300. It either stops me out or it doesn't. I've risked off 17 contracts. 17 MNQ, so 2 NQ. Yeah, huge. Yeah, no, I'm not trading 17 NQ. Oh no. There's the trade though. It's just bidding at the 280 for my initial sizing, and then playing breakout, adding to my contracts, taking off initial risk into our 300 edge from our 280, and now just holding my average from 300s with, again, most of my risk taken off into that like 50 to 60 area on NQ. Now just waiting to see how we develop. I expect to probably get stopped here. There's no reason why price doesn't just rotate at least to my break even. I don't care. I'd say the chance of us coming back down to 300s is probably like 70%. There's your test into our 300 value edge. We'll see if we can bid here and hold, or if this will go resistance. $30 seconds until new 15s. Ten seconds. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying this 90 to 300 trade again. I'm not doing it personally. I don't need to be in every rotation. It's fine. But if we look below 90s here and just continue this downtrend, I expect a break of our 80s and then kind of like a continuation. It's a very slow grind up, but the things that are bullish right now are we're holding POC from previous candle, and we have a slight uptrend, you've got to just keep an eye on this 40 above. That's your 15-minute VWAP. That has to be your first risk off if you are playing this 300 to 90. As long as it's maintaining, again, we're just watching for how sell side reacts into this upper edge. We can start to build above, again, then we can target higher, but until then, you're kind of stuck here. And again, if we get back into this rotation, I'm not touching it. We just made a lot of money off of MNQ playing this up. I'll wait for another good trade. My eyes are killing me. I'll be right back. Grab water. Glad you could stop in for 20 seconds. What? What is your RR and how do you risk manage your trades by percentage or dollar value? Thanks. I don't have a set risk, but I usually how do I put this? I don't ever allow trades to go below like 15 points on NQ. That's basically like my max risk is about 15 points of drawdown. I have a very clear understanding of where I want buy and sell to initiate in our zones, and I am putting risk on into those zones. And if I don't see the reactions I want, I will leave the trade. I don't just let things run in the sense of like, oh, we buy in chop, and if it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it goes down, and we stop out. No, like we have an idea of what we're looking for to happen, and it either does it immediately or I'm out of the trade. I can't. I'm not sitting here in an emotional trade waiting for price to hopefully do what I want. Like we're looking for very quick bids to occur into areas of interest. So like we get our bid into our 90 and we get our rotation up into our 40s. Like this is your trade with zero drawdown. Like I'm not a person that's like has a set risk and is going to have an invalidation level in the sense of like where I'm stopping out. Like either we get our bid or we don't. Like if I don't see this strong reaction and we see the offer flip below, I'm stopping out for 5 points and not letting this go down 15 points because we know what we're looking for. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Like I'm not just going to like keep being in this trade for 15 points of drawdown just because I've allowed my risk tolerance to be that amount. I don't know if that made sense. Sorry, I've got like a really bad migraine. It's kind of hard to communicate. Basically, like I have an area of interest. It's usually about 10 points where I'm looking to enter a trade, and we get a reaction there very quickly, or we don't. And I will stop out earlier if we don't see that reaction occur, and I will wait for a better entry. I don't use brackets. I don't have a set stop, but I won't let trades go against me. Again, more than like 10 to 15 points. I really try to keep my risk low. Here, this will help you. Yeah, basically about $300 MP. Here's our this is for the week so far. So you can see my largest loss per contract is 290. So 300. How do you protect yourself from overtrading? Do you have a daily goal? Or sorry for asking many questions, but I feel like I asked how they manage risk. How do I protect myself from overtrading? I don't know. I mean, I've been doing it long enough where I kind of know when I'm overtrading. I'm fine not trading at all. Like, I don't. If the trade's there, if the setup's there, then I'll trade it. If it's not, then I won't touch it and I will do something else. Like, I don't really find overtrading to be too big of an issue these days. There are areas where I'll get stopped out multiple times and then I won't take another entry and maybe I'll miss the rotation. That's probably like the closest thing that I have to overtrading is instead of like overtrading on a day, it's overtrading in an area. I think that's probably a better way that I look at it. Where it's like, okay, I've now attempted in this area multiple times and it's just not ready. So I'm just not going to touch it anymore. I've taken 5 break-evens here. Like, it's time for me to chill. There's no reason for me to keep attempting something that just doesn't want to do what I want it to do. I find that if you are a newer trader and you're trying to kind of figure out your what works for you, something that you should really start to do is if your trading platform doesn't already do it, you need to start doing it yourself, which is journaling your trades and putting them into an Excel sheet, or just looking in like your Tradeovate history and see what hours of the day you're making money and what hours of the day are you not making money. And you want to really focus in on those hours on average where you are making money, and you want to be avoiding the hours where you're not making money. Because there are periods where there is clearly more volume and a bit more acceleration of the market. And those are, for me at least, the hours where I do the best, and the hours where we slow down and start to chop are the hours where I do the worst. So like and like 10 o'clock to 12 is usually pretty good for me, but 12 to 2 is pretty god awful for me. I usually just like sit here and do nothing for most of that period. So like know where your weaknesses are and avoid those periods, or distract yourself, do what you need to do. But like the only way that you're going to know where your weaknesses are is by journaling. Like there's nothing that you can do to help yourself more than analyzing your own trades and figuring out what's been working for you and what is clearly not working for you, and then creating a system that allows you to flourish, right? I think it's cool asking about other people's risk profiles and like what they're doing, but like at the end of the day, you need to figure out what has worked for you and what hasn't worked for you and build around that. And until you do that like bit of self-reflection, I don't think there's any like one piece that I can give you that's going to like instantly help you. Like 90% of trading is self-reflection and analyzing and improving based off of what you've already done. Like if you're not going back and reviewing your garbage trades and your good trades and figuring out why that trade worked and why the other trade didn't work, like it's going to be very hard for you to improve because you still don't know what your edge is. Right. Well, and the problem with asking the problem with looking to other people and what they're doing is we all have different emotions. We all have different account sizes. We all have different risk parameters and what we're willing to lose. And so like it just there isn't like a band-aid approach that really works. there's a bunch of set systems that can give you a baseline to build around, right? That can be like a good like foundation. There are a bunch of risk models, but at the end of the day, like you gotta kind of figure out what your basic edge first. Like there are three basic risk models that you can use for position sizing. You've got your Williams fixed model, you've got your fixed volatility risk model, and you have your fixed capital risk model, and like those are your three main kind of like position sizing to risk allocation models that you can use as like a baseline, and then you can kind of figure out how you want to approach that from there. But even like that is just there's a good book that you can read called the Universal Principles of Successful Trading, and it goes over that kind of stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, again, it doesn't matter what your risk model is if you don't have any edge. So like the first thing that you do is you go back and you journal your trades and you figure out what's working, what's not. You figure out if you are getting stopped out in a move and then the move goes afterwards, right? Like you have to figure out how much MFE, how much MAE you're willing to put on. Is it my execution that's the issue? Is it my overall trading edge where I thought I had a trade idea and it didn't work? Is that the issue, right? Like there's not like risk profile and understanding your risk is good, but if like you don't have edge in the first place, then like your risk model doesn't make sense anyways. Like you're just gonna get stopped out over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Until you have like an idea of what the hell you're doing. Is having a risk model in place while you're doing that going to help you keep your account alive? Sure. But like again, you have to figure out what's working and what's not, and that's going to go back into analyzing: are my stops the issue? Is it my execution that's an issue? Are my trade ideas the issue itself? Right? Like there are too many variables to have one fixed system, in my opinion, that it kind of just like works for everything. Oh, what's the book? Yeah, I can link it. Another good one is Thinking in Bet. That's also a solid one. I might have a free version of it. Let me just look. Give me a second. Here's Thinking in Bet. I don't know. I like stuff like this is good if you already have edge, right? It's not good if you don't know what you're doing still. Yeah, I mean, most like game theory books and anything that's like poker is great. Poker is a great thing to kind of wrap your mind your head around understanding your risk, right? Because that's all poker is understand. It's a statistical edge. You have a statistical edge, right? You understand what you're doing based off of statistics of when you have edge and when you don't, or when you have a good hand or when you don't, right? And then you're putting risk on, and then it's about managing your risk. So it applies a lot to the same, a lot of the same principles apply to trading because it's the same thing. You're making educated bets and you're risking capital. We just did our full value rotation, Sparrow, from value high to value low on NQ. So we'll be watching how we interact here. I think that we probably have more downside if we lose. If POC goes resistance and we start to hold VWAP, then downside seems pretty likely. But we're just in a very balanced day today. I don't know what we're gonna do overall, but we can look at SPY itself because I know you asked on SPY, which I don't really pay attention to, but we can look at it. Like I can't like we're in a box on SPY, right? So we're trading between previous day POC and previous day value low on SPY right now. I don't really have a bias other than we're trading in between this high and this low. And until I see that break, I just think that we kind of continue to rotate this. Based off our general trend, I would assume that if we can't get over our day open, we're headed down to 584 on SPY because it's just an overall downtrend, right? But if we can start to push above day open and show a willingness to start trading above that, I expect this LVN to get filled and for us to rotate back up to our ETH high. But until then, it just looks like balance to me. Balance between our day open and our overnight low. Yeah, sorry. I wish I could give you more, but there's just really not much more to give. Do you only use footprint charts to draw out your zones? No, I don't.
Lincoln says we're very
Wow.
close to a hostage and ceasefire agreement in the Middle East and hope we can get it over the line in the time we have left.
It's very loud. It's a mix between footprint and volume profile. I would say it's about like 60-40 between those two. Footprint is great for nice like pivot zones, right? Because we have smaller areas to play off of, but my higher time frame zones are usually based off of our volume profile edges. There's a Monday's VOD. If you go to the end of Monday's VOD, the last hour of the VOD, I talk about this in depth. We go over how I make my zones and setups that I look for on Monday's VOD. I think it's like the last hour of it. from this week. My brain is so fried. Oof. Thank God we have tomorrow off. Sorry. Does 29 a month include the indicators that you're using now? I think you have to buy the what do we even call it? It's the combo package. I think that's 40. I think 29 is for live streams, Discord, and you get access to my chart books. So you can basically, if you have a TradingView subscription and you have live data, you have access to my charts in real time with indicators already on them. You wouldn't be able to draw on them, but you'd have this chart with all of my levels with indicators already on, and it would just be in a view only mode. And when I draw on the chart, that line would then show up on your screen on your chart. So that's what you would get for the basic package. You'd get my live streams, you'd get my chart books, and then you'd get access to all of our Monday classes. We have probably like 3,000 hours of material at this point, going over different trade setups, just everything. I mean, literally every topic. But you need the combo package is the one that has indicators. But I don't really handle that stuff, so I'm just here, man. MP, if you're in Discord, hit up Darian in a DM, and I'm sure he'd be happy to give you a discount if you wanted to try out the service for a month. I'm sure he'd be more than happy. And if you don't, I'm here 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays on YouTube. "40 seconds until new 15s. There's really hasn't been anything to talk about. We're inside barring for the last 3 candles. I have zero interest in trading this. Did I miss anyone else? No, I think that's it. What's up, Flex? But yeah, like going back to like the risk profile conversation, like until you have like a couple trade ideas or setups, I guess is a better word to use, of like things that you've actually been able to spot in real time in the market and is something that you're able to reproduce and define and find repeatedly, you won't really know what your risk profile is going to be until you can clearly identify patterns in the market that make you money. Once you're able to find those setups, and then you can go back and backtest and forward test them, you can then figure out what your risk needs to be based off of the edge that you found in the market. That your edge is the risk is going to be different for each one of those trades. It doesn't make sense to have a fixed risk unless you're only trading one setup. If you're trading multiple setups and you have a mix between mechanical and discretionary trades, like your risk needs to be different for those different trade types. Like your risk can be a lot more fixed on a mechanical setup, right? So something that is repeatable and meets all of your conditions. But if you're day trading, you're scalping, a lot of those discretionary trades, right, like those smaller scalps, are going to be just that, discretional, right? Like your risk has to be kind of determined in the moment for those trades based off of what you're seeing with current price action. And all of that stuff is just going to be formed by back testing and forward testing and really starting to develop out setups and then analyzing, the average move in those setups from your back testing, understanding what your risk needed to be in those areas, and then creating an RR profile based off of that from all of your back testing. Like that's really the only way to do it. I don't know, anyone who gives you like a fixed risk to reward of like what you should be looking for, I just kind of feel like it's kind of full of shit. I don't know, maybe it works for them, but I just don't logically see how. Did Mario say if he's showing up today? Nice. I hope we get out of this area soon. I don't want to just sit here and ramble for an hour.
Treasury Secretary Yellen says the labor market has cooled but is in a good state. And we haven't seen too much progress on inflation during the past couple of months.
Yeah, banana smoothie. That's what they feed the Neuralink monkeys.
And Treasury Secretary Yellen says recent data suggests the path of interest rates may be higher than people expected. And Treasury Secretary Yellen says term premium looks to have gone up somewhat.
Yellen, Yellen, Yellen. Into our 65 edge. Let's see if we can breach or if this holds again.
And Yellen says term premium on long-term rates has begun to normalize. And Yellen says fiscal policy needs to be put on a sustainable course.
ES, NQ, and RTY all testing our value edge. So far, not all that much interest above. Not a ton of interest.
And Yellen says, I hope the new administration will take the deficit seriously.
Another rejection of 65 edge and rotation to our 40s. We're just kind of balanced in between POC and value high here on NQ. Same thing with ES. Holding our value edge and rotating down to our POC. Again, we're just so stuck in balance here. We probably need to wait for Yellen to finish yapping before we actually get a movement. Later, Cass. Have a great day off tomorrow from trading. I'll see you Friday. I think all the degens just trade crypto tomorrow.
And Yellen says it's necessary for the US and China to cooperate in some areas. And Yellen says, I expressed concern with my Chinese counterpart over China's macroeconomic policies on Monday.
Testing into our 80s here. I want to see this look above hold. I want to see excitement from buyers, really desperately. We can start to feel better about this market once we start to make that previous day value low supportive at 400. Same thing on ES, previous day value low here into 60s. Just really want to keep an eye on how we interact with these areas. We have already tested this, and this is where we looked for resistance last time. We want to see this develop out as supportive. If we can start to show a willingness to take, it's a really big deal. Just like the last attempt when we pushed up into this, this needs to be your risk off, but if we can start to develop above, then we can start to look for more. It's a very nice break. It took ages to actually happen, but very good hold of our 40s and rotation up. POC is now sitting at our 65, which was our resistance. It is now a very clearly active bid between 65 to 80. And now we're watching to see if we can develop out this upper region here on NQ. I do believe that if we can show interest above 400, we are targeting 440. But we got to show that interest first. Good bid attempting at this 80. Again, we've got just so much buy side liquidity trying to hold this 65 to 80 and looking for that look over 40s. If we can start to develop out above, then we look for that 440. Until then, it's just about developing out this upper node. For top step, I think we have a 20% off. Let me check for you. Top Step's kind of stingy with their discount codes. Try that. See if that works. That should give you 20%. So far, very good acceptance above previous day value on both ES and NQ. We still have got a ways to go for Russell to get up to previous day value. Just going to watch to see if we can develop out here. Again, looking for 440-ish on NQ if we can show interest here. I think retests of previous day value would be really beneficial. So we've got buyers now at our 400 edge. I'm just going to keep an eye on 390 to 400, see if we can develop this out. I don't think I play this if we don't see a retest of this in bid. I'm just being honest. I'm looking for this to bid as well. We've got 2 minutes left on this candle. I want to see some very clear retests here for a continuation up. Looks like it wants to happen now. We'll see if it can do it. Minute 20 left on this candle. Coming back into our buy side liquidity here into 390 to 400. It's just like no interest when we get up into these areas. It's crazy. Watching 400's offer. We just need to see a bid develop out here. 40 seconds until new 15s. See if we can hold into new 15. That's what's important. Good look back above. Let's see if this 390 to 400 holds now on this look over. New 15's opening now. Again, POC is sitting here at 393. We're just watching to see if this can bid here into this yellow box. Later, Dan. If we can't get back over previous day value low here, I just expect us to have to rotate back down to 60. Like bid's got to like really show its hand relatively soon. This is still very bullish on the 15. But I just think that if we can't get back over POC here, you're kind of in a rough spot where we need to fix structure, fill the LVN like we have pathed. I'm basically just keeping my eye on how Russell reacts. I think like you gotta wait for RTY to find this low before we can even look for the bid. But I think looking for this rotation down into 60s or RTY rotation down into this value to halfway back area just makes sense to look for the bid. And then just looking back above 49s on RTY. Until then, though, like just expect choppy, slow action, fixing structure while everything else comes down to support. It's the only thing that makes sense. There's your push down into our 60. This is our value edge retest. This is where we want to see if bids show again on NQ. We push down here, looking for a pretty strong reaction. We don't want to get back down below value. We want to see strong bids here and then a push back over our value low edge from yesterday. Low from this area. Russell also needs to break down trend for this to be valid. incredible move off of Russell from our pivot. Same with NQ. Not as incredible, but very big push up to our 49 edge here on Russell. Watching to see if we can recover this, get back over this seller and show a bid willing to break downtrend here. This is really where I'm watching to see how we interact. If this offer is still sitting here, then we lose momentum, and that's all we get for this short-term move. We need to see RTY really kind of recover this area and go supportive, or we expect this to just resist again, right, and rotate in between. So just keeping an eye on these areas. That being said, this should be your first risk off, because there's a chance of Russell momentum loss here into our 49 edge and our 90 edge on NQ if you are trading off of that lower value test. Only get confirmation on a bullish break on a recovery and hold of our previous day value. What's up, Julian? Pretty slow PA right now. Yeah, we played a few of the balance rotations. Nothing incredible. I stream every day for members, but only 3 days a week for YouTube, like for non-members. This is our full pathing for downside off of the failure there into 90s. We should expect our 70 edge to hold as resistance if we're going to get one more leg down into 340. Watching Russell into our low here. I'd like to see a very clear rebid of our value edge if we're going to rotate the full range down. Understand that this is just our mean reversion here into this 40 to 50, and you can't really expect a ton. Is RTY into our value edge, ES into our value edge, NQ into POC here, into 40s. From this move, again, I'm just looking for some relief, and then for this to now hold offer into our value edge, and then this to go resistance for a full rotation down if this is going to go bearish. So just really keep an eye to see if sell side's active between the 60 to 70. Full rotation down, I mean full value rotation, so down to 290. Right, because if we've broken back inside value from our hold of
Eastern Time, Bank of France Governor
here,
Villeroy or ECB
we expect a rotation down to value low.
Address to finance.
But we have to see how we interact here. This is, again, just our reversion target here at our 40s. But with this holding on our reoffer, it makes a lot of sense for this to be bearish overall in nature. So expect some choppiness here, and then if Russell wants to continue to lead down, then we're looking for a offer below this 40 area for that rotation down, but we should expect some chop between this area. Seeing as this is our 15-minute VWAP and our POC, but full bearish rotation if you're in a runner from above or in a runner here from 60 to 70. I think you can probably keep it on into 90. Just keep an eye on this 30 edge. Again, we need to see like a pretty strong offer below, or we just expect chop in between this 30 to 40 and this 60. I think this is a great first risk off if you are trading off of the pushing from 60s and offering down. Again, finally, they're looking for that move into 290 to 300, but I think this 15 is probably pretty solid for a initial risk off. This move stops down. This is ES VWAP and RTY pushing down into day open. And this is just a full value rotation. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to come back up to 40, 45 if we don't see a strong seller here at 25s. I'm debating if I close. I'm thinking that RTY is just coming back down to VWAP here. So we might have a bit more. I just don't know how choppy it's going to be. I'm flat here. I think we can get a bit more down, but I don't need to be a part of it. Just captured that full rotation, so we start to show this as an offer below value, then we can keep going down right on a retest. But as we approach on Russell into our VWAP target, that's where I'm going to be starting to look for a bit of relief. This is our 300 target on this 290 to 300 target. Value low on NQ off of our 60 to 70 hold and resistance, and then rotation down and hold of our 25s on offer for this final leg. So that's your full value rotation.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Villeroy.
We have 50 seconds left on this candle. We'll watch to see if this 290 to 300 holds offer. Again, I'm flat. I think that there's probably room for acceleration, but because we're pushing into our Russell POC and VWAP area, I just don't have an interest here because I think it could be a bit volatile from bids. But if we don't see a bid hold here, then I think this 280, this 290 to 300 goes offer, and then we rotate back down to our lows down at like 220. Seller sitting at 300. I posted the trades in Discord, but screenshot it here as well. Actually, here, let me do a new screenshot because I'm fully risked off. Do you see where I shorted? Do you see where my pathing is into 390? Do you see how we've just followed the pathing? Like nothing's changed. I'm unsure what happens here. I think we might need to just chop it up for a bit. We'll see. Russell found a bid right at our POC and VWAP, which is what I was expecting. But if this holds as resistance as we rotate back up into like 42s, I just don't really see this having any legs. We probably just continue downward. That would be my guess. We had a buyer that was pretty serious at 270 before, like 265, 270. So I'm just going to be keeping an eye on the liquidity that we have there at 265. Other than that, again, I'm not positioned for this last leg down, but I figure that we'll probably find a buyer around here. Is ES into our value low. So ES has now done the full value rotation as well. We held POC as resistance and have now rotated into our value low. Russell's still holding this low, and NQ now trying to build below value low. I don't trade with divergence on RTY, NQ, and ES, so that's why I flattened my position. There might be, again, one more leg down if we can start to show this as a bear flag on RTY, on NQ, right? This is now going to just hold below. Then rotation down into this 50 to 65 makes a ton of sense. But I am not in the trade. Again, I don't trade when RTY is coming into a bottom. And this is exactly why I don't trade with divergence. With Russell pushing up and holding our pivot, right, we get very volatile action. So again, just keep an eye on this 90 to 300. If offer is able to hold that as resistance, then I do expect one more leg down, with Russell also holding day open as resistance. We need to see that loss of momentum on RTY for this continuation on NQ. If we start to build back over 300s, I don't see a reason why we don't just trade back up to 340. Because this will just be excess below value, and then bid stepping back in, and then just a rotation back up. So you'd want to see sell side like pretty aggressively sit here into 290, 300, I think. And we want to see that loss of momentum on RTY for your confirmation. If you are trading off of this resistance into 290 to 300, this is your first risk off into 75s, just like we talked about. And next area of interest, again, is going to be into this 50, 55 area, just in our box of where target's going to go based off of pathing. Again, I'm not trading this, but this is just the rotation that should be expected based off of us holding our value edge. It's always good to risk off one into our wick lows, and then look for a continuation with a lower high being put in. Watching to see if RTY can hold previous low for the lower high after rejecting our day open, like we talked about. Day open rejection. We're now watching to see if we get a lower high here for a push down for RTY to help move this down with NQ. Got a rejection of our 90 to 300 and are now rotating down into target here on NQ. ES testing our value edge again. Move stops down as we approach into our target zone. And I don't think you should fully stop out here if you are in a trade, but I do think that this is a good risk off or move stops down. I think if we don't see a solid bid show up here, we just rotate all the way down to our 220. What I'm kind of expecting to need to happen is Russell needs to oscillate at least one more time, where we test our VWAP here again, and then this kind of oscillates. And I kind of want to see ES at least retest some of this into our value edge. I don't know if it happens or not, but I don't really care. I'm not in the trade. Just look for 220. Offer sitting at 70. There's your Russell low, watching to see if we get a reactive level that we can play off of for a retest to get back in. Your most bearish response is a hold of this liquidity here. Again, sell side actually is sitting here at 70. Watching Russell as we approach back up into the top of our oscillation off of another hold of VWAP. And same thing with ES as we approach into our value edge. We've got this LVN that we can deal with where this should be our offer. So we approach in and we'll just be watching to see if sell side rejects this and pushes down. So far holding our most bearish edge here on NQ with this move. This is either going to rotate and then push down into our 20s, taking out our low, or we build out a higher low here, and then we'll rotate back up to 70s. I'd like to see Russell actually break this range for full acceleration on NQ and ES. As we push down into our 20, you want to be moving your stops down if you are playing this next leg off of our rejection of our 53 with our rejection of ES into our LVN. Again, we're just taking out our lows here, waiting to see how much of a reaction we're going to get off of this. Seller now sitting at 40. Move stops down. Watch to see if RTY can break below VWAP and then continue down. I'm taking off 1 here into 190 and leaving a runner. Russell coming down into POC. This is my next target. "30 seconds until new 15s. I don't really have any levels here now that we've gotten this rejection. Our most bearish response on NQ and Russell oscillation break. Same thing with ES testing into our value edge and then rotating down. I think what we're going to be watching for is just... I'd like to see a test into 210, 220 and then offer. For another leg down. I'm going to delete this. I don't want this chart to get too messy. Now that we've gotten this path and completion done. Remember, we're not looking for longs until we see a trap seller into our low and then a right side of the V setup. This is just short continuation with sell, right? You're not looking for longs. You're looking to either take risk off into known pivots if you are short already, or you're looking for strong reoffer points or continuation until we see a shift, which is why everything that we've talked about so far has just been a reoffer and then a continuation down. There's been no talks about a bottom. This 170 to 190 is my pivot. Again, this is why we risked off into this area with Russell into POC. And now it's just about how do we develop out here. Again, I'm looking for ideally like a 210, 220 offer for continuation down. We don't really have much to work with here on NQ itself. We know that there's liquidity, sell side liquidity up at 240. Your most bearish response would be sellers shifting down to 210, 220. But other than that, there's not much here. Things to keep an eye on for loss of momentum. ES into our ETH low and Russell into our VWAP as resistance. Russell into VWAP is going to be your most bearish response to let us know that we want to continue downward, in my opinion. For that downside leg, we want to see VWAP hold as resistance, and then we want to see a look below ETH low for a move down into our value low. There's some basic, some like short-term absorption here into our 210, 220 from buyers are getting absorbed here a little bit. We need to see sellers get back below 190 and then accelerate for anything more than just chop. Or I expect us to have to rotate back up to 40s on NQ. It's undetermined yet if buyers get stuffed here or not. There's definitely an attempt, right, into this like 10 to 20 to absorb buyers. Keeping an eye on Russell and ES at our known pivots that we've already talked about. Need to see RTY get below ETH low if we want continuation down. So far, got a rejection off VWAP, and ES rejected our ETH low, but NQ kind of in the middle of nowhere here. Keeping an eye on this 30 to 45 here in NQ. I'd like to see sell side hold. Russell failed to hold below ETH low. Just another bounce at our POC. Need to see sell side really start to step in here on Russell if we want to continue down, or we're going to retest VWAP. ES still holding our ETH low as resistance, no change there. Again, expecting sell side to be sitting into this 30 to 40 on NQ. Got to get below 190s and accelerate for more downside, or we're just going to chop here. Russell coming into VWAP, NQ into our offer here into 30 to 45. Just watching to see if we lose momentum here again. Keep an eye on ES, retesting our ETH low as potentially support. RTY has to find a lost momentum before you attempt to short again. We are in our offer here. We expect sell side to be present, but we need to see that rejection and that push down. If RTY wants to hold the view up now is supportive, then we're just looking for a rotation up. Again, we want to see this 45 hold. We want to see a look back below 30s, and then we want to see a push below this node. We can do that, then we rotate down. If we hold here and bid, we look up for 70s. So far, just retesting POC of the previous candle from sell side. Keeping an eye on RTY here into our POC and VWAP pivot. Loss of momentum here gives sell side advantage. If we don't see that loss of momentum and these higher lows hold, we're just looking for day open again where we took our original short.
Fed bids for 30-year bonds totaling $4.8 billion. ECB's Villeroy says rates are still significantly above the neutral rate. And TSP's Valora says if inflation pullback is confirmed, ECB rates are to head towards neutral by the summer. ECB's Valora says ECB estimates the neutral rate close to 2%. So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $22 billion in 30-year bonds. The prior bid cover was 2.39 and the prior high yield was 5.3. Sorry, the prior high yield was 4.535%. So again, prior bid cover 2.39, prior high yield 4.535%. See more comments from ECB's Villeroy says that France needs to keep the deficit as close as possible to 5% of GDP this year and clearly less than 5.5%. Reducing fiscal uncertainty is a condition for growth. Also notice the French and German spread has widened dangerously.
What's
Hello, people.
up?
Surviving.
Yes, holding our ETH low, rotating up to our value edge, NQ holding our push. We're just pushing into 70s. There's not much here. Look for your offer into 70. That's your risk off if you are playing this. If we can get above 70 to 80, then we can fully rotate the sell side candle back up. It just makes sense for us to rotate into 70 here. It's no structure. Got over the POC of our previous candle at 45s.
ECB's Villeroy says the French economy is growing slowly, but we do not see a recession.
Yes, rejecting our value edge. Watching for our Russell higher low. Ideally holding here at our PVZ. And VWAP as supportive. And then push up into day open if we're going to get another bullish leg. Oh, I didn't even see that, Bruce. My bad. Sorry, we started like tanking in the market. I had to pay attention.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $22 billion in 30-year bonds. Prior bid to cover was 2.39, and the prior high yield was 4.535%.
A couple different ones, or adding to like a position? The top dividend names that I hold are kind of like just boomer stocks. Like I hold Waste Management. That's a 75-cent dividend. It's quarterly. I hold SJM. I think that's like $1 quarterly. $1.08. I've got some Procter and Gamble. I think that's $1. I think it's $1, yeah, quarterly. What else? The big divvy name that I have is ESS, which is a property trust. That's $2.45 quarterly per share. CHD might be a decent one. It's near lows, so it's not a bad buy. It's like 70. What's the price right now? Like 100. That's a 28-cent share dividend. Could be
Shortly
decent.
expecting the results of the US 30-year bond auction, the Treasury pre-sale when issued yield comes at the top of the hour. The auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
Oh, CHD, Church and Dwight. I have a little bit of that. It's just kind of expensive for what you get. I don't know.
Treasury when issued 30-year yield 4.92% before the $22 billion auction.
I don't know. I'm a huge fan of Waste Management. Great stock. Everyone needs their trash picked up. That chart is really misleading. Yeah, there's a better chart. Waste Management just goes up or it goes sideways. And they pay you 75 cents a share. Which is like pretty solid for a dividend because like your shares just go up or they go sideways, and regardless, you just kind of make money quarterly.
Those are the best names. Was it this cold weather that got me? No. It was hanging out with sick people.
Yeah.
Crazy how that works.
I don't know. I'm not the divvy guy, that's for sure. But I definitely own some divvy names.
2.52, 2.52, high yield 4.913%, 4.913%. The US sells $22 billion in 30-year bonds and awards 67.56% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 12.66%, direct 20.71%, and indirect 6.
This is a full mean reversion, by the way. I don't really expect much more here. I expect offer to be sitting 25 to 40. But maybe we get more. Who knows? If we do, you're just watching ES to hold this POC to VWAP, build out a flag here, and rotate up to resistance here into our value high.
The US 30
Once now that we've recovered our value lows.
4.909%.
Just like we did on our push down when we rotated all the way through value on the last short trade, we're now just watching to see how we rotate now that we've recovered our value low on NQ. We've held our value low on retest and gotten a very solid bid off of that, and have now rotated back up to POC. If we can build back over POC, we can look for this rotation back through up into our value high. But I'm kind of, unless something like dramatic changes here, I like this as kind of our resistance. This 30 to 40 area. I don't know. Divvy names can be great if you just are fine sitting in them and letting price kind of do it at once. If you can find some names that kind of just go up or sideways while you make your cost basis, like that's pretty solid. Like, this is for my waste management. Right? We're just gonna, it's gonna be free off of Divvy. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, this page is broken. Case. None of those links do anything. It's just this boomers, man. Boomer site.
You gotta call him. Give him an old jingle.
Almost at our value, PT here on ES off of our hold of POC. Again, we're just rotating value. Almost a target here. Again, this is just a reversion trade on ES and NQ. Back to our 15-minute VWAP. If we start to like build above 40 to 60, we there's definitely room to run. But I think this is a great risk off if you are playing this reversal. If not, like sell side just takes control here again, and we build. We absorb, and then we kind of just rotate down. I don't know. I'm not very interested in trading anymore today. I'm very tired.
I can't believe I'm still on the sleepover, like 12-hour day cycle.
Yeah, man, it's gonna. You're awake, but your body needs to heal.
I know. Well, that was like, dude, I went to sleep at like 9:30 last night, and I set alarms at like, I was like, oh, I can get up in the morning, and I had like alarms at like 7, and alarms at 9, and I just
Yeah.
like slept through all of them. I was like, what the hell is going on?
You're handling it much better than I did. I was actually like fully out of commission for 2 weeks. Well, L-Train, let me know if you have any questions. I definitely watch Monday class. Come back on watch it tomorrow with markets close. That'll be a good review. And then on Friday, ask any questions you have in chat. I'm more than happy to answer them. All right, we gotta fix some of this shit here. Now that we have rotated back through, let's clean charts up. Sorry, I was a bit preoccupied. Deleting all of this on ES now that this is played. Oops. Did the move on NQ. Again, not much here. Did this move on NQ. I'll delete that. We can move this over. Delete. If you want just access to like the classes and the live streams every day, just the basic plan is good enough. Combo plan just includes indicators. So I think like the $29 one's probably good. That gives you access to our full library of education, and then daily live streams and all of our Discord. I think basic is, or standard is what it's called. Standard. I don't keep up with the pricing. I just work here, man. Not my department. Yeah, it's a lot more than 110 hours at this point. A lot more than 110 hours. Mario, how many hours of classes do you think we have recorded?
Of classes?
Yeah. Ugh.
Um,
Every Monday for 3
yeah.
years.
Well, I feel like it's okay. So what? Let's just say like we probably have done 50 a year for 3 years, and they've probably averaged 3 hours.
Yeah.
You know, like 500 hours.
A lot.
And that might be really low or really high, off of what it is.
Excuse me.
We've been better lately about keeping them under like around an hour and a half, 2 hours. But man, for a while it'd be like, all right, buckle up. We got 6 hours to do today.
Let's rant about price. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And that's just video stuff. That's not even like written stuff or like
Yeah.
impromptu.
Well, like no, I would say like 60% of it is all right. That's lie. I'd say about 80% of it is the same concepts just being taught a different way over and over
Yeah.
again, right? So it's like a different way to look at the market. So we'll like teach the same trades and the same setups by looking at price action alone, and then we'll do the same setups looking at volume profiles alone, and then we'll do the same setups looking at footprint alone, and then it's like the same setups putting some of these ideas together, and then it's classes on risk management and psychology and figuring out a trade plan, and then it's classes on a specific trade idea, and then it's reviews, right? So like a lot of it is cumulative, right? It kind of stacks up on the basics, and then it's just kind of reiterating and giving you more ways to kind of uh, find the edge, but a lot of it repeats. A lot of just hammering in the same ideas.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
I wouldn't short this until you see Russell break this range. This range is sus. NQ just accumulating, just in this 40 to 60. Definitely, if like buyers absorb into this 40 to 60 and then we rotate down below 20s, there's probably a short trade where we retrace like 90% of this move. But I think it might be just a little early. Call it. Like if POC continues to hold his resistance, like yeah, no shit. Like we'll go down, retest value low on NQ, but you don't want to get punished here with us still holding above POC on our previous candle and above our 15-minute VWAP on NQ. Just kind of looks like we want to keep going up.
48 counterparties take $185.144 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
We're probably just gonna actually retest this entire cell up into that 80 pivot again. I think that like 70% of this upside moves felt pretty garbage. Like pretty untradeable. It's our 60 edge. Just watching to see how we react into it. Russell now holding above our balance. See if we can hold that or if we rotate back through. Again, just this 40 to 60 like really needs to start showing us supportive if we're going to keep going up. Is yes into our value high. I don't know if an air purifier does anything if you're literally inside of a chimney. Unsure. It's crazy that you guys live in a place that burns once a year, sometimes twice.
That's how it was when I was in Colorado in the mountains, but like it was in the mountains, not where like the 10 million gazillion people live.
Blows my mind. Like, is the coast really that like that worth? I don't know, man.
They don't even get water for their lawn, which is why it's dirty anyways. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. You got to deal with hurricanes. You got to deal with earthquakes. You have to deal with your entire city on fire. Like, at what point is the ocean just not worth? You could just live on a lake and have like temperamental weather, but like it's like temperamental. It's like cloudy some days. You know, not like your house gets blown down.
you miss out with all that high quality Chinese plastic though if you're on a lake. You only get that on the ocean. That's a big selling point. I mean, Florida has its own problems. That's like same but different.
You have like 3 hurricanes a year, bro.
Yeah,
Like, what do
instead
you?
of lighting on fire, you just drown, whatever.
You know what's more manageable? Just living where I live. The worst that happens is like, oh, the power went out because a tree fell.
Yeah.
It's back
God,
on.
it's cold.
Yeah,
It's cold today. I had to put a jacket on.
Damn.
Darn. That's a good counter. Oh, that
My
sounds so
state is banned in schools.
Yeah, no, Ohio's a banned word now.
Oh. All right. Almost into our 80s here. Good hold of our 40s. Building out that 40 to 60 node. Watching our value test here into next PT into our 80. This looks good. We've now fully retraced this sell. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then what, you have news in 30 minutes to either make a new high or make a new low?
Yep.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, like, you can get one more leg up if we bid 80s here for a rotation up into 400, your previous day value. But every attempt to look above 400s today has failed, so I don't expect much more than that. If we do start to rotate above 400s, right, we have PTs, because that's just our recovery of previous day value low. Then we just rotate up to previous day POC, if we can hold the low, of course. But my target's basically if we can start to bid and hold over 400s, we just rotate up to 440, and then we start to rotate yesterday's range. This has been a pretty adamant seller here, though, for balance throughout the session. I think it's a great risk off as we are up into this high, then just leave a runner. Our previous day value low test here on NQ. Again, just watching to see if we can show interest above. If we can, then we can look for probably like 440. Be my guess. If sell side wants to continue sitting here, we'll just look for them to accumulate some buyers up into this high and then rotate us back below value for rotations down. If this can hold here, again, just looking for this move up and then rotation into this area. We've got this untested VPOC at that 450, 440 area. So watching to see if these guys get absorbed here again and then get put off sides for rotations back down below value low. If that happens, then we look for something like this, which is just a hold of our value edge as resistance and then return back to POC into 340. And it's the same thing at ES, right? It's just we're holding previous day value low as resistance. It's the same, it's balance. It makes sense. You need to see like some very clear bids above for you to care about that area above us. This is your first PT if you're shorting off a previous day value low. You look for a bounce here at this 60 and then a rotation back up to our value edge at 80s. You want to see that offer holding 80s and then rotate down to 40s. Basically just, I mean, we already have a path. We just talked about this. Just got to see if this look back inside value holds as resistance on NQ. Yes, testing our value edge is supportive from the rotation down from previous day value low. Now looking to see if bids can maintain here. If they can, you can rotate and try to build out this area. Build this out. If they fail, though, you're going to be looking for this to become resistant.
So Brent and US crude futures fall by more than $1.
Holding our 60 so far. Again, just retesting our 80s. If we continue to fail to get back over 80, there's probably one more leg down into this 40s. This is just our failure at 400s at our previous day value low. Rotation back down, and now we're just building here, trying to accumulate. It's still bullish overall on the 50-minute higher time frame candle. We're still holding where we need to, but sell side definitely has the ability to rotate us back down to POC if they continue to fail. If buyers continue to fail to push us back over 800, over 380. So just keep an eye on this test. Russell and ES both held where they needed to and are bouncing. We're looking to see if Russell can break down trend for continuation up. ES again held our value edge and it's just rotating back up to our top of range like we talked about, where it's just going to oscillate in this garbage until we can figure out what we can do. Still have 7.5 minutes on this candle, so a lot can happen. Anything worth watching? I don't know. I haven't really started any of the winter or seasonal stuff. I don't know, I'll probably watch the first like 2 episodes of every show that comes out and see if it's worth. There's a bunch of hot garbage this season for sure though. Yeah, Severance will be good.
Watch a Gladiator 2.
I was surprised by that movie because people were so mad about it in the trailers because
it was pretty good.
and then there was like no hip hop music in the actual film. I don't know why. Like everyone was just so mad that they had like Beyonce in the trailer or whatever for the music wise, or Jay-Z. Yeah, I thought it was okay. Like it wasn't bad.
No, yeah, the way people were talking about it sounded like it was bad.
Yeah. I don't know if Gladiator really needed a sequel, but
No.
it definitely wasn't a bad movie. Yeah, it's definitely a weight that you would have gained nothing from seeing it in theaters.
Yeah. I just bought it on Amazon or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Rental. Well, dude, so even if you like actually like buy it for the rental or to buy it, it's like literally less than half the price of actually going to the theater even. Crazy.
Be right back.
You don't even wait.
Oof. You saw Interstellar for the first time last Monday? What? That was worth seeing in theaters.
Like 2010.
Yeah,
What are you
IMAX.
saying, Surf? You just get the movie for like $20.
If your theater has like the lounge seating with the lazy boys, definitely worth for theaters. But other than that, it's like almost always garbage. I'm so glad our theaters have upgraded to those.
Yeah.
There was some really nice theaters in when I was in Philadelphia where like it was a full-on restaurant. Like there's
Yeah, yeah.
like a lazy boy, and then they had like a waiter that would come and bring you like a full entree that wasn't overpriced.
Yeah.
It was sick.
I really value the ability to pause.
Yes. Yeah, and subtitles.
Yeah.
Subtitles are nice always. At this point, I have to have subtitles on. All right, nothing has changed about this trade. We've just failed to get over our value edge still. We're just waiting on Russell to figure out what he wants to do. Because it's consolidating, we're just getting chop. Same thing on ES, right? Just oscillating in between our two zones. Not much to really say here. Yeah, Dune was a really hard one to... Half the time they're like whispering in it. I really hate this new trend with audio. Actually, I really hate like all trends in cinema right now. Everything is so gray and sound is so muddy. I don't get it. Every shot has to be like taking place in the dark. I don't know. Half the TV shows that I'm watching now are like pitch black, and you can't have a light on in the room or it's just glare. I don't get it. Yeah, I liked that Batman. I like a younger Batman in like a grungier city. I thought that movie was pretty solid. And I thought the TV show that they did, the spin-off, was pretty solid too. Penguin. AMD. Risking it on AMD again. Russell weakness starting to happen. Watching how we approach this 49. Seeing if we double bottom here on RTY or we go to our push down into our value low. Basically, do we find a low here into this and then look back up, or do we start to rotate back down into this? Loss of momentum on RTY, and then a hold of this balance low is going to give us, I think, the acceleration we need on NQ for that dip into 40s, but need to see RTY really show this weakness. Yeah, this is target here. We start to make that that 25 to 40 resistance again, then I think we can fully retrace the range. But until then, like, you just gotta, this is just our reversion. Not much to do here. I'm gonna delete this now that it's played. It's just a bit too messy. It was a bit choppy. Russell finding a bid into our value edge. ES holding our PVZ edge so far, watching a CRE test. Yeah, I'm still playing Last War.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
What is it called? Oh, Summoner's War. That's a big one, isn't it? Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, probably. It's just the same trade again. I need us below 25s though. You get acceleration on below 25, I think. You just have this like big pocket of liquidity here. Actually, I don't even, it's, you need below 10 for acceleration.
we spent a long time like auctioning there.
Yeah, this 30 to 10 is kind of where you expect a bit of a hold. But yeah, I think if 40s hold, then you go to at least 10. This is just our 15-minute VWAP sauce. But I definitely agree that if we lose 10s, we go to, down to 80. I'd like to see a pretty strong reoffer of 10s. Looking for our bounce into our 80 and then reoffer into 310. Something like this. And then if that happens, we can keep going down. If we just accelerate through, good luck. You're looking for your next risk off if we accelerate through just into Russell 39s. To our PVZ here. Loss momentum on RTY was our leading signal for down.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
I watched that kids last night. Yeah.
Got our bounce at our 80s into our value low. Now retesting our 310 offer. ES retesting our VWAP pivot above, and NQ coming back. Or sorry, and RTY coming back up into our previous high here off of our hold of our VWAP. So got our bounces where we wanted. Now we're just watching to see how offer holds into news. Be careful with your positioning. This is a very good risk off if you did play off of your 280s as we push back up. We're now watching to see if we get more or if this just rejects and then kind of rotates down. And so this is all I had. Don't really have much here. Really keeping an eye on RTY into our value low. Expect volatility with news, so levels are going to be a little less important as liquidity drains. This could do whatever it wants. Yeah, it's decent still, but it's about half of what it was 10 minutes ago.
One minute remaining.
$30 is just our 15-minute VWAP. So just remember that. We're just at our Globex mean here into news. So again, can go either way. We are at our
10
VWAP.
seconds. So, according to the Fed minutes, a number of participants indicated that they had incorporated placeholder assumptions regarding potential trade and immigration policy changes into their projections. So, the policy meeting indicated the Fed was at or near a point at which it would be appropriate to slow the pace of easing. Participants expected inflation to keep moving toward 2%, but effects of potential trade and immigration policy changes suggested that that process could take longer than previously anticipated. A number of participants indicated that they had incorporated placeholder assumptions.
Mario, you're putting too much pressure on him to
Participants
perform.
indicated if data came in
You gotta-
about as expected, it would be appropriate to continue to
You gotta
move
ignore
gradually
him.
toward a more neutral
I did
policy
that for like 2
stance.
months, man.
Gotta ignore
Didn't
him.
work.
And Fed staff projected slightly lower GDP growth and a bit higher unemployment rate than previous baseline forecast after incorporating recent data and placeholder assumptions of potential policy changes from incoming administration. Participants anticipated a labor market conditions would remain solid. Some participants said there was merit in keeping rates unchanged at that meeting, citing higher risks of persistently elevated inflation. The vast majority of participants saw it as appropriate to lower the target range by 25 basis points at the December meeting.
What did I say? Oh, I was just saying Mario wants it too bad, and so you're ignoring him. Like you've got to. Mario just needs to ignore you. You're giving him too much. We're giving Roy too much attention for
No,
AFKing.
sorry.
Yeah, we got to play hard to get.
I love bombing.
No, he's not good with love bombing. If you're playing off of the 30 edge and Armine reversion, this is your first risk off. We got to get below this 70 to 80 and offer it, and then we can look for a leg down. Until then, just bottom of range here. Same thing for ES. Held our top of range back down to bottom of range. We want to see Russell break below day open and get below VWAP for continuation down, or this can still go in either direction. KOC is attempting to shift down here on NQ at 310. RTY trying to bid back over our value high, watching to see our reaction here. It's our value high. Yes, it's our value high and our halfway back. Just watching to see if a bid can hold a higher low. ES and NQ just at our POC as resistance. If buyers can get back over 360, I'm low-key bullish on it. Until then, I just don't want to trade this. It just looks like an area for sellers to absorb into 340, 360, and then push us back down. To me right now. Oh, I didn't respond to Sven. I did not. Good value hold on Russell. Good POC hold on ES. Nothing here on NQ for me. Just POC retest. Still resistance. Again, I'm really not interested in longs until we show the ability to trade over like 60. Yes, coming into previous day value low here again into 960. Watching to see how we interact here on NQ into our value edge.
It's like really important for ES for buyers to build here.
Just watching to see if we can hold this 60 to 70 now on NQ. I want to see a look over 400s and hold now that news is done. Can we actually break out of balance? That's the question. If you're playing the momentum push over 60s, again, first risk off has to be into 400s, and then we look for the bid to build. Why did you need an alt for rivals? Do you play enough rivals that you're ranked?
No, I just have one that's named Rory, so like.
Oh, got it.
In spirit.
Got it.
I just log in and put him in the team, you know.
I was like, damn, I didn't realize you were grinding.
Hell no, I have not played it once.
Another rejection of our previous day value at NQ 400s, rotating into our 60 to 70 now. Watching to see if it bids here or if we retrace this entire move up. This has been such a good short level. Previous day value low has just been holding all day. Surely we break out. Surely. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you just play around RTY loss of momentum and just play the momentum trade down 90 to 30. Other than that, I mean, we could still make a new high here for all I know. 50 seconds until new 15s. What? Let's see if the bid left the building or if they're still present here. First risk off here into 60 to 70 if you're playing off 30. Oof, my bad.
The S&P 500 flat after briefly turning higher in the wake of the Fed minutes.
It is very important for buyers to show interest here. Yeah, I have 84 for my PT for just like my stop on my first contracts. If we can hold here. If they just absorb though, like I don't know, man.
He goes, oh well.
I would half here into 84. Just watching this 84 to 90 to see if offer holds or if we can push. Russell potentially double topping with ES. That's what I'm worried about with NQ lower high into our 80 to 90. Hmm. You mean like a new low? Is that what you're asking?
What you should do, Sparrow, is just go look at like specifically on ES this area from last week. Like this was a pretty strong pivot previously as well as last week, and this whole like above on ES like 80 to 6K was you had like 1, 2, 3, 4 tests before the breakout, and then instantly back through. If you like that.
I have 5 M and Q left here into previous day value low on NQ. Yeah. Into our 400. We can build above, same as before. I'm just looking for 440. If this holds again as resistance, then it's a bust. This 58 is previous day value low on Russell. Yeah, watch your like 55, 55 4 edge, just this LVN that we just created. Excuse me. Just watching to see if our bid will hold here or if this is just going to resist. I don't know. We've rejected enough times here on NQ that like this is just an automatic risk off for me. I don't care. Worth tempting, that's for sure. Russell's still pushing. Allows this trade to be a bit more viable. Looking for 40s.
Just be a little careful. We've seen a lot today. It gets volatile on these looks.
I have 3 God treks left. I'd like to see Russell hold previous day value low and then continue onward. We're going to keep going. Yeah, just keeping an eye on POC here from previous candle. Russell lost momentum, so we don't get the move until this finds a low. Watching to see if it'll double bottom.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.35 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.01 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at $3.65. And NYMEX WTI crude February futures settle at $73.32 a barrel. That's down 93 cents or 1.25%.
I've got my stop below 60. I feel like if we don't hold there, then we just do a full rotation. With a push below 30s, most likely with excess now above previous day value low. We've got this liquidity down here into 40 to 30. I won't try again until I find RTY low. Yeah, the 80 edges would be good. This is your bearish play. Is this holds as resistance here? I don't know. I don't know if anything's given yet. You really got to show this 60 to accelerate down, or they're just going to get absorbed here. If they can accelerate through 60, then yeah, definitely. Hoping for a Russell to lead. Testing our low now. Mm-mm-mm. Russell leading us down, pushing into our liquidity here, into our 40 to 30 on NQ. Watching to see our reaction. Russell no low yet. ES into value. NQ just POC. I don't expect this to hold. Expect us to come down into this. You'd want seller to be like pretty serious at the 60 on this look below. At NQ if there's gonna go more downside. Short term. Like 60, 65 with POC here on this candle. Yeah, I just don't see it. Watching our 60 again. I want that offer to be serious here. First risk off here into our low. If you're playing off the 60 reoffer, PT probably 320 would be my guess. I'm risking off one more here as we push down into 20. And stop just break even at 60 for me above on my last contract. I just played my stop as a sell. So I stopped out 60s, right? On my long, and then once we retested it on a reoffer, I just played it short down into 20s. Be right back. 40 seconds until new 15s.
You want ES to really get aggressive here.
Just gotta wait for Russell to find a high.
Brent crude futures settle at $76.16 a barrel. That's down 89 cents or 1.16%.
So tired. Back to our 320. We're just stuck between 60, 70, and 20 here on NQ, waiting for Russell to figure out if he wants to put in this high or low or not. It just got so cold here. What?
It's that time of the year.
Just like in my apartment, though. Weird.
Draft.
Something. Ghost, yeah.
It's always the ghosts.
I wish I was capable of taking a nap and then not staying up the entire night.
Wouldn't that be nice?
God.
At 3
the
p.m.
life.
Eastern Time, we get
I don't
US
think
consumer
naps
credit.
exist, it's just
Forecast
only
10.5
sleep.
billion on the prior 19.24 billion.
That is how I feel as well. There's a like 95% chance I get stopped out into 60, and then this just offers into 60, 70, and then we go down. But I'm on my phone and I can't be bothered to do anything.
According to Sky News, UK Finance Ministry says in a meeting with governments, fiscal rules is non-negotiable, and the government will have an iron grip on public finances. At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we get US consumer credit forecast 10.5 billion on the prior 19.24 billion.
Last minute here till final
1 minute
hour.
remaining. Ten seconds. Still waiting for the data. -7.48 billion, -7.48 billion. That's lower than forecast. 10.5 billion.
Well, this is exciting.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Perfect hold of our 20s. And offers still just sitting at that 67. Yeah, it's not much here until we see Russell break. And again, this is just our 15-minute VWAP that we've just reverted to. There's like there's just nothing here. I'm about to just move my stop up to above 70 and put my take profit at 290 and then go take a nap. Have to make me look through all this.
They're all just even. 30% chance all the time.
Huge edge. This rejection at 40s is good. You got to get below this liquidity at 20. Take out these wicks. Come on, Russell. Break down. I personally do not want to see NQ go over this 30. Want this 20 to 30 now hold offer for acceleration down into that like 290, 280 area. Or I'm just kind of done.
There's nothing for me here as long as ES is between 50 and 60. I'm gonna be above or below.
Yeah, I'm just still in this short runner from 360, so it's like, what do I do?
Yeah,
Do I take off here or yeah?
I actually got some trades in today, which feels good.
That is good.
It's always so hard, like coming back
Yes.
after like the holiday in general, and then like just missing stuff on top of that.
Yeah, I don't know. You need to like at least a couple days to adjust to whatever like the volatility is at the time. Get a feel for it. A lot of liquidity resting at 300s on NQ. I'm just waiting to see if they pull. The likelihood of this thing rotating fully back up is very high. Just back at the top of range here. If we now bid at our 30s. Watching to see if this flips. This is our retest of where I wanted the offer to be. Got this buy side liquidity here into 20 to 30. I'm out half here into our wick high. This bounce. Now looking for rotation up into our high of range.
According to iMoneyNet, US money market fund assets up $97.62 billion for the week ended January 7th.
So that's me stopping out into 30 and then looking for the dip, buying the dip, taking risk off into the wick high, and now I've got two profit targets above, one into 55, one into 65. Or a stop below 26. Russell POC, it just shifted here. Later, Roy.
Goodbye.
Out 1 into 55. Next take profit into 65. Being willing to reverse your trade is so important. That flip over 30 was really good for this rotation up. Now it's just about being patient and waiting here. I don't know if we go into those highs. I'd like to see it with the excess that we kind of put in below our 10s and now the bid here, but Russell's still very trapped. ES retesting our pivot here. I don't know if I get stopped out on this last one. I just put it at 35. There's a good chance I get stopped with this. I could just leave it break even, but whatever. Watching our edge here on Russell into 52. See if offer sits there and we lose momentum again in the market. Or if we can hold above it and keep going. Potential double top here on RTY into 54. Might need to retest our value edge if we can't get over here. Keeping an eye on it. I'm done. That was my last trade. Stopped then to 35s. Watch to see if this flips or not. If this holds as supportive, I don't think really anything's changed. I'm just kind of over it.
Oscillating.
Yeah. Okay. Hope everyone has a good day off tomorrow. And I will see you all Friday.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.